years, and they have 3 children, all 3 alumni from Iowa State University, and they currently have 7 grandchildren, the first one eligible for the state fair just this next year. He enjoys the challenge and excitement involved in the livestock show industry today, and he judges livestock of all species for the past 40 years. We'd like to welcome Keith back to the show ring. As we kick this off with our market lambs, it says all other purebreds, market lambs, single entry, weighing 139 pounds.
Leading off our market lamb show today. Really got a nice entry out here, and I told the young lady I sure wish she had some more competition because I think this one's very, very deserving of a purple. When you get on top of him, this sheep is just massive coming out of his shoulders. He's a good structured sheep. He's really a good rump sheep, but the biggest thing about him, he's got a great carcass on him, real good handling characteristics. If I want to make a little knock on him, I might clean him up in his chest floor and elevate him just a little bit there, but the rest of that sheep's spot on. Congratulations to you.
Entering the ring now is class number 2. This is our Dorset market lambs, weighing from 104.5 to 149 pounds. Out of class 1, the all other purebred market lambs. Your first purple and champion all other purebred goes to Arabelle Rossmeyer from Buffalo County.
Our first Dorset class. We've got a couple to start this class off that are definitely opposites. Very challenging when you start analyzing them, the positives and the negatives. When I originally started out, I probably had my second place slam win in the class. I just thought there was more of him. But the longer I study him, this weather that wins the class, very, very attractive when the gal gets him up here and stuck. Long bodied, tall fronted, long neck, really good structured sheep. One that's excellent in terms of his skin and hide presentation, like a lot of things about him in terms of his structure. Now the problem comes in is when we put our hands on him, this sheep is not near as well in his condition as that lamb in second. He's just a nickel fatter over the sides. That lamb isn't as big in through that hip. He's a longer hip sheep, so I think the muscles may be a little bit deceiving. He's probably got as much product, it's just not as shapely as the way it's designed on him. This lamb in second is really a true market lamb when you look at him. He's stout, he's big boned, he's rugged, he's opened up. He handles extremely well in terms of his rib shape. He's got the biggest hip, he's got the biggest butt. For me, the problem with him is when we get out here, he gets just a little bit stale in his touch. I wished he was a little bit nicer in terms of his hide. He gets to be a little stale there. I'd like to see him maybe just a notch more extended to go with that one in the first place. But that's a really good pair. If you guys elected to change them, as opposite as they are, I think you can make a reason to use either one of those to win the class. But that's a good pair, just a lot of differences in them. Our lamb in third, a tall-fronted, long-bodied, good athletic moving sheep. I think this one just gets too flat when you get in behind. He wants to funnel too much from front to rear. Carries more cover over those ribs and through the base of the chest than those two above him. We finished the top four out. I like this lamb in fourth, and I don't have any complaints about it. He needs to be farther along in his maturity today with those three above him. I think this sheep in 20 pounds of feeding moves up the ladder really good. Just not quite as far along, not quite as stout in terms of his bone work. Might like to level him out just to not nickel through his hip. But really a nice made sheep. His better days will be ahead of him. Congratulations, kids.
Here's your results of class number 2 Dorset Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winner to Annabelle Pearson from Thayer County. Third purple goes to Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. Second purple is to Car Tarbuck from York County. And congratulations, first purple, and your champion Dorset is Leah Lambert from Dawes County. Our next class is class number 3 of Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs will weigh 109 to 133.
in our first class of Hampshires. It really excites me to see what else is coming down the pipeline today. This is a good set. We don't have very many sheep in here, and they're very, very good. The quality's deep through the class. I thought this was a challenging pair to kind of put together here. I guess I give the edge to the one that I used to win the class. I thought this sheep was just naturally, as he walked into the ring, the one I gravitated to. Very, very sound on his feet and legs. I like his body shape and design. If I want to be critical of one that I think is really good, I think he pushes the edge on fat cover. He's got all I can use at this stage, but he's beautiful to look at. He glides around the ring. Very, very muscular. He maintains that thickness from front to rear. Just put together very well. Again, we'd like to clean him up just a little in cover, but I think you look at the design and the study of that sheep and his movement and his structure, he's the one that has to win for me in the class. Lamb in second's one I really like the design when we get him propped up. I don't find him quite as athletic, quite as intriguing when we get him on the move. I don't think his feet and legs maybe quite line up in line when we get him traveling through the ring. We'd like to change that about him. He's not as waspy and shapely down his top, but he is a little more appropriate condition, that class winner. That's where it gets to be the struggle for me, how to put this pair together. I thought the Lamb in third really intrigued me when he come out. He's the greenest sheep in the class, very, very shapely in terms of the muscle he has. He's as lean as anything we're going to probably handle that is appropriately conditioned. I think he's far enough along in his finish. I love him from the side. I guess the question, you look at him with those two above him, is he packing up punch when you get in him, when you get over the top? I'd like to change him just a nickel as we handle him down in through his loin and in through his hip. I'd like to widen him out there. But, man, you talk about one that's a big grooved up rack and tall-fronted and athletic. He's one that fits that mold really well. I think the other thing I'd change about him is we watch him coming and going. His toes just don't get straight in line. He wants to tip them out a little bit, front and back both. I'd like to change that, but that's a really neat sheep to be in third in this class. Follow up with Lamb in fourth, one that's tall-fronted, long-bodied, very athletic. Just not quite enough to him when we get in behind him. We'd like to widen him out through his hips, give him a shot more muscle down below. Congratulations, kids. That was a nice class.
Our next class answer is going to be class number 4 of your Hampshire Market Lambs. They are going to weigh from 137 up to 145. Your results come out of class 3. Blue ribbon winners include Scarlet Prince from Buffalo County. Third purple goes to Asa Andrew from Nemaha County. Second purple, Lauren Johnson of Lancaster County. And first purple to Elena Wagner from Dodge County.
4. Our second class of hams. I'm glad to see you guys do a little cheer for these two guys. They duked it out pretty hard. I think they were hitting it hard yesterday in showmanship. These are both very, very high quality sheep. I like them extremely well. I thought the advantage went to our class winner. Just as this sheep comes into the ring, he holds himself together so well. He is so round in through that rib. Big ended kind of a sheep, really good on his feet and legs. And I think as you study him and you get off to the side, he could be a nickel longer necked in relation to that lamb in second. But I think you study his chest floor in relation to the top of that shoulder blade. He's as shallow as any of those sheep in here. I'd like to make him a nickel longer necked. Maybe take that hip and just ever so slightly take a little out of that tail head and level him off just a little bit. He wants to be a little higher tail head. But these two kids have fed the tar out of these sheep. They both handle spot on, as good as anything we've went through and handled. Very, very muscular. But I just thought there was a little more product. I thought he wedged just a little better, maybe a nickel shallower in his chest. Really good, heavy muscled sheep. I don't want to take anything away from this lamb in second by talking too much on our class winner, because this one's an awful good one. And seeing him in showmanship yesterday, and I thought there's going to be a place for this sheep in the lineup tomorrow. Very, very long neck. This guy does a knockout job of showing him. I love his presentation on his lamb. Very long topped. He's very smooth in his top, maybe a little smoother than what our class winner is. The differences are, I think, as you get off to the side and you study that length of his shoulder blade, he wants to get just a nickel deeper through that chest floor. And then when you get in behind him, does he power up and have the authority go in a way that that class winner does? I don't believe he does. I'd like to see him just a little bit more waspy and powerful behind. But two really good sheep to come back into our final drive. Congratulations to you two. We get into our third and fourth place pair. I thought this was also a very nice pair, and they'll be our last two purples in there. I thought when I got to studying them, I like the design of our lamb in fourth, maybe a little better than that lamb in third, but when I get my hands on him, this lamb in third is chocked full of muscle. He's big-ended, he's big at the ground. He's tremendous in terms of his rib shape and his rump. He's a little coarser in his design when you compare him to the two above him. I'd like to smooth him up in his shoulder blades, just generally smooth him up, make him a nickel more athletic. But you talk about one that's wolfy, a lot of muscle and fed right, this guy's it. Lamb in fourth, the one I like the design of, and I would like to use him in that third hole. My conditions with him is he carries just a little more fat over his ribs in relation to that one. I'd like to see him widen progressively as we get in behind. You get to putting your hands on him and you say, well, we take that fat off, he's not going to have near as much muscle shape as what he has, because he is the fattest of the top four, and I think he's probably the lightest muscle to start with. Beautiful in his design and pattern. That sheep's fitted to a T. I like the presentation the young man's did for us. Lamb in fifth, another high-quality sheep, a longer-bodied sheep, one that's extended and elevated. We got to put more punch in this one behind to get into them top four. Good group in this second class of hams. Congratulations, kids.
Entering the ring now is our final class of Hampshire Market Lambs. This is class number 5. After this class, a selection will be made for your champion Hampshire Market. The results coming out of class 4 blue ribbon winners include Ashton Wagner from Lancaster County, Jackson Stevenson from Howard County, Jackson Sitt from Seward County, Bailey Weldon from Buffalo County, Lindy Fillingham from Scottsbluff County, Grayson Arbuck from York County, Isaiah Jones from Cherry County, Jillian Muntz from Cass County, Purple ribbon winners will include Crew Freeland from Saunders County, Erica Donahue from Saunders County. Second purple goes to Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. And your first purple will go to Michael Lockey III from Cass County. Again, in the ring now is Class 5 of your Hampshire Market Lambs, 148 to 165.
As we bring in our third class, we're bringing our, I believe this is our final class of hams. Maybe there's one more, but there's one sheep that's super, super athletic in here. And I guess if you've heard me preach all day between the U show and you're going to hear that more. He's the athlete of the bunch, the one that really gets out in motion. He travels good, very long necked. He's tall fronted. I really love the silhouette on this sheep. I really like the turn and the shape to him as we get in behind him. He's big butted. He's got more muscle. He's got more shape down there than I think when I look at him coming in and walking around the ring. Progressively gets wider and deeper as he goes to the ground. I want to get picky on this sheep. I wished he was a little more sculpted and shapely right out of his back. I think he could be a little more expressive in terms of his rack right here. I think he could be a little bit wider and fuller in through his loin for as good as he is through his rump. We'd change those things about him. They're minor details, but they do add up. But this one's the athlete of the bunch. That's the Keith Berry sheep of the class. Get into our second place. I really like some things about this sheep. He is wolfy. He's big at the ground. He's just plain massive. And when you study him and you get on top of him, I think from the side everything goes okay for me. I think he's good enough fronted. He's not elite fronted, but he's good enough for the power he packs. Tremendously big bone. He's really a big, wide, flat loin sheep. He hinges and comes together as good as anything. I think from the side and from what I like, and I get to study him, he gets too much as we get down here. I don't notice it from the backside, but when I get over the top of him, he's the widest in terms of his front. He's wider there than he is as we get behind. I'd like to change that, tighten him up just a little bit. You've done a whale of a job of feeding that sheep. You should be proud of him. A very nice sheep in second hole. Lamb in third's the one that handles. This is my third lamb that I really like the way the sheep handles. He gets into this third hole because of the job the young lady's done feeding him. He's very expressive. He's very sculpted in terms of his rack shape. I think you can see that from the sidelines how big he is in his rack. Good hipped. Where he gets beat, he's not good enough on his back legs. He gets a little bit too straight. He gets a little flat down on his pasterns. We'd like to pick him up, maybe give him ever so slightly a little better flank and a little better back center of the body. But a really well-fed sheep, one that handles extremely crisp. I like those details about him. Lamb in third, a long-sided, really level kind of a sheep. One that needs just a nickel more elevation, one that carries a little more cover over the ribs. A really good designed sheep to be in fourth place. Lamb in fifth is another one that's a little coarser in his design. He is a very muscular sheep, but he gets rounder in different pieces. I'd change him through his rump and his tail head just a nickel. I'd like to clean him up, elevate him up through that front end, but one that's fed well, very carcass-oriented in this guy. Congratulations, kids.
This selection now will take place for your champion Hampshire Market Lamb. Here's your results coming out of Class 5. Blue ribbon winners include Landon Steinbach from Saunders County, Teza Kirshner from Lincoln County, Emily Olson from Pierce County, Cooper Dudden from Scotts Bluff County, Jada Clement from Saunders County. Purple ribbon winners include Daphne Jedlichka from Colfax County. Your second purple goes to Lexi McCaffrey from Saline County, and your first purple goes to Colburn Clausen from Furness County. Again, selection now, your champion Hampshire.
Get into our first lightweight class.
Champion Hamp Drive on deck here. Really got a nice trio in the front line, and we follow them up with a very, very competitive second places out here. I think as we analyze them and we bring them back out, just a few quick comments out lightweight. I thought that sheep kind of won that class pretty hands down. We bring her back out. You're probably the fattest of the three out here in this front row. The design on this sheep is really, really good. Again, I would take just a nickel bit of cover. I'd really like to see that sheep balance just a little better from front to rear when we get him on the move. He has a tendency to be probably the deepest bladed, deepest chested one of that trio in the front. But followed up with a nice lamb in second, one that wasn't quite as wolfy. Liked his design. His handle a little better, just needed a little bit more power to him. Come into our class two. That was one that I thought he probably won it when we brought him in and we walked him around the ring. Very, very athletic. I almost like him better on the move than I do standing still. He's one that handles as well as anything we've got out here in terms of just blown apart, coming right out of his shoulders, big racked, his loin, there's no break, there's no divot, doesn't fall off. Might like to set him just down a notch in terms of his tail head when you see him out here on the stand. I do not see that on the move, and consequently it doesn't bother me near as bad. One that's got a tremendous amount of product. Lamb that just won that third class. This is our elevated, jacked up, long necked, long bodied sheep. Maybe one that's a hair longer bodied than needs to be in this drive. It makes it hard to put enough muscle on this package. I think the biggest thing for me is this loin edge, is it good enough? Is it big enough? Is this sheep explosive enough down the top to compare him with those two class winners in front of it? Love the profile. I like this sheep when I get behind him. Presented to a T. Lights out to you kids. Lamb in second, I didn't talk him in our classes. Second in the second class, a lot like that third class winner. He's very elegant in terms of his neck. He's a nickel deeper from that front third. We'd like to change that, but his loin and his hip, flawless in the way they hook up. He's good on his feet and legs. The young man shows the lights out of him. Our reserve in our heavy division, that was our monster top, monster butted sheep, and I still like that sheep, and I think he looks good from the side out here. Again, I commented, there's a little bit more sheep there when I get over the top of him than's maybe necessary in terms of that front third, but a good group of six out here. I feel pretty good about the way this one's going to shake out for me. We're going to start off with the young man in the middleweight. It's going to be our champion in the Hamp. We're going to follow up with the second in that class, and we're going to come in with our class winner out of our third class. Congratulations to you kids.
Congratulations. As we look at our champion Hampshire class, your third overall goes to Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. Your reserve champion Hamp is to Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. And your champion Hampshire Market Lamb exhibited by Michael Lockey III from Cass County. We're into our natural colored class now. This will be class number 6 of natural colored market lambs that weigh from 105 up to 128.
in our first class of lightweight natties. And first off, let me say the natty class is one that's always dear to my heart. I've always loved natural colored sheep. We've probably got some things that when we talk about him, we'll always say he's good for a blue sheep. Well, I don't think those things apply today. I think they're as good as any of the other breeds out there. But it's always been a breed that's been kind of special to me, and maybe I've made a little more of my living off of the natural colors. But needless to say, we walk out in this class. This young lady owns first hole from the get-go. I don't think there's any thoughts on it. There's no discussion to be made. This one's the one that's the most farthest along today in this class, and he's still relatively lean. He's excellent in terms of his bone work, big racked. He's great in his loin edge. He's got a good turn to his hip, good feet and legs. I wish he maybe traveled with a little bit more ease. He wants to get a little bit stiff on his movement. He needs to just get out and go for me a nickel better, but that's a really good sheep to start the class off. From there, we look at 5 sheep that are I don't say this in very many classes, but these 5 are all green. They can all stand some more time on feed for me. The lamb that's in second to me has the most amount of muscle at this stage, farthest along, closest to being able to kill and have what I would call an acceptable carcass. He's pretty good in terms of his bone work. He's really good in terms of his muscle shape. We'd like to see him just a little bit wolfier to go up against that class winner. And I think the potential's there in that sheep. He just needs fed for another 30 to 45 days. Lamb in third, our smallest lamb in the class. And I struggled with this lamb when we first walked out. I wasn't sure where he was going to fall. And the longer I said, what do you want to beat this sheep for? I mean, how are you going to beat him? Well, the only thing I can come up with, he's not quite as big as our 2. He's very good, or she's very good in her design. Really good bodied, good fronted, really good hip. Not maybe quite as long-sided as those 2 above him. Definitely not as big, but you've done a very nice job of showing that sheep and presenting him to us today. I think he's a very good sheep to fall into third. We run into 3 sheep, and I'll just talk them in general as we round out the class. Those 3 sheep, all long-bodied. Their flanks aren't quite right in them. They get a little bit shallow through their flank. Their loin edges are a little washy. We just need to see more sheep there. And I think if we could feed them 30 to 60 days, we would get there and be in better condition. But that's how they line up for me. We go from the heaviest muscled one of those trio to the lightest muscle, and we just need to get more time on those 3. Congratulations, kids. Thanks for a nice set.
Here's the results coming out of class number 6. Blue ribbon winners include Aspen Stoudemire from Box Butte County, Mason Fisher from Buffalo County, Remington Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, Tylee Cox from Valley County, Ellie Boncha from Valley County, and first purple will go to Camry Deceive of Holt County. That is the results of class number 6. As class 7 of your natural colored enters the ring, they weigh from 130 to 143.
Well, what a nice class of these second class of natties. We just got oodles and oodles of good quality sheep, very carcass oriented, sheep that touch good, handle good. I thought there was one lamb when we come into the class in terms of his structure and his design, has to go to the top. I don't know as if he's the crispest in terms of his handles over his rib, maybe a little bit bigger and bolder in terms of his shoulder when you get over the top of him in relation to his back half. But man, that's one that's good design, good feet and legs. He stays very athletic, stays together on the move. I guess what wins it for me, he's just the best angled sheep right down his top in terms of just being level and sound, and his hips good in him. He keeps that hip really square and level, travels to you and from you on a really nice set of feet and legs with some width in him. I thought the lamb in second maybe outhandled this sheep a little bit in terms of his rib shape, his conditioning. Love the rack that pops up in this sheep. I study him from the side, and he's maybe a nickel deeper. He gets to be a little bit wavier in terms of his top line. He's just got a lot of muscle, and I think that contributes to that unevenness in his top line. But that's a really good sheep, long-necked. Again, an incredible sheep to have in second place. Lamb in third kind of rose up in the system to me as we had him out here longer. I wish he was a little fresher in terms of his shear job. That takes away from him in this lineup. Lamb that's a little stouter than them two in terms of his bone work. He gets a little plainer in terms of his touch. Some of that's due to his shearing. He's a little deeper through that chest floor, and that's probably the deciding factor that gets him down in third place. But one that's good top, structurally correct, long, level, thick, wide right out through that hip. A lot of good pieces to this sheep. Just like to elevate him a notch in that front end. Lamb in fourth is definitely my carcass sheep of the class. If they all handled like this, we would never even worry about handling sheep. This thing is massive in terms of his rack. Huge loin, and you can see from the side the shape and turn to his butt's incredible. He just needs to get out and go better. He needs to be more extended through that front end. He needs to loosen up in terms of his stride out here today. But that's one good carcass animal. Young lady, you've done a whale of a job of feeding your sheep. Congratulations to you. And our fifth place lamb and our final purple ribbon might be the only class. The top five have all been purple. I thought this was a really good set. Another nice sheep. For me, this lamb needs to be fresher and fuller in his loin when I get my hands on him. That's where he gets beat by those four above him. His design's good. He's got enough rack shape. Feet and legs are excellent. He just needs to be flatter and fuller in that loin. His spine wants to be just a little bit tight, stick up just a little bit in relation. We just like to freshen him over that top shape. But a good set all the way down through in this second class of natties. You kids brought me a great set to analyze. Thank you.
And here's your results coming up Class 7. Blue ribbon winners include Tegan Kamke from Jefferson County, Mesa Jones from Cherry County, Blaine Cavan from Saunders County, Piper Nuka from Saunders County, Scarlet Prince from Buffalo County, Purple Ribbon now, Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County, Sage Luking from Harlan County, excuse me, Brianne Mickey from Hamilton County. Second purple goes to Asa Ander from Nemaha County. And your first purple, it goes to Michael Lonkey III from Cass County. This is class number 8 of your natural color market lambs entering the ring from 147 to 155. And to our sheep exhibitors, make sure you write down November 6th and 7th on your calendar. The Nebraska Sheep and Goat Association is going to host a tour in North Platte. That'll take place at 1 o'clock, followed by an evening banquet. November 7th, they'll head to the North Platte Sale Barn for an educational tour and marketing conversations. And then they'll head to the Research Center that afternoon. For more information on the Nebraska Sheep and Goat event, you can contact Randy Sainer. Randy is over on the goat side, helping out with that show. But again, November 6th and 7th.
Our third class of natties, my showman from yesterday, again, it's amazing how those top end showmen end up with some really good sheep. It goes to show the value of the showmanship, the experience these kids get in the ring. And I don't want to take anything away from everybody else, but these kids have been at it a long time. They've got nice sheep, but they do a whale of a job of presentation and getting those sheep propped up and ready and shown and fitted. So kudos to you guys. I thought this lamb won this class hands down walking in. There wasn't a second place that I thought could touch him. I guess the only thing I can criticize this sheep for, I wished he was a little better over that loin edge as he hooks into his hips. He wants to get just a little bit tight there. We'd like to blow him out just a nickel in that loin, but that's a good-bodied, good-structured lamb that moves really well. Actually, another sheep that I like extremely well on the move, and I think he moves out maybe a little better than he props up. Really big out of his rack. Good-legged, big-ended, just a really nice sheep to start with. Congratulations to you. Let's go 4. Lamb in second. I thought it was challenging after the first one to decide what to do. We go from a sheep that had a little more pattern, size, and scale extension through the front end, gave up a little bit behind, to sheep that had a little more muscle, a little more factor in terms of body, didn't have the coolness of look. I thought this lamb in second was the second best sheep in the group. I like his extension, his length of side, his length of top line. He's really correct out through his hip, really good in terms of his loin. When I walk in behind him, though, that's where you get beat. He's just not massive enough right through this tail head. He wants to taper in a little, gets a little flatter in his stifle. Just a really nice pattern sheep. Just needs to be a little wolfier to beat that one in front of you today. Lamb in third is that wolfier sheep. Big monster rack sheep, big butted sheep, maybe a little more restricted in his movements. I'd like to soften that top line a little bit. Let him get out and go with a little more ease and authority, but he's certainly the carcass lamb. Lots of product in this lamb. He's the one that handles and is fit as well as anything. You've done a nice job in that feeding program, young lady. Next lamb in fourth, a lamb that I thought as we studied him, fourth and fifth, I think we can talk together. Both those lambs are really nice in terms of their look. I like them when I'm over the top of them. The problem for me when we get back, both these lambs get too sucked up in through that flank. We need to drop that flank line, give them just a little more product in through that rear quarter. A good set to work with again. Congratulations, kids.
Organization and balance here from the side. Longer neck and better in the way it sets into her blade. She hooks in a little stronger down her spine and all the way back to her loin.
Here's your results coming out of class number 8. Blue ribbon winners include Colton Carmen from Buffalo County, Brooks Edison from Dakota County, Ryder Skabinski from Sherman County, Ella Karkowski from Sherman County. Jaden Thompson from Valley County. Tatum Stevenson from Howard County kicks off your purple ribbon winners. P2 will go to Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. And Idas Klein from Frontier County will be your first purple out of class number 8. We have a final class of natural colored market lambs. They'll weigh from 158 to 168.
in our final class of natties. I think there's some challenges to put together here to put exactly what you want in that first hole. I thought the lamb that wins it for me, good bodied sheep, good center body. He's really good on his feet and legs, and I guess I'm critical of that. I study those sheep and look at them, and I think he's just the best at the ground, surface, and up. I would like to see this sheep handle a little more youthful. I think he's as mature as anything we have in the class in terms of his front end. Doesn't handle with as much authority as maybe that lamb in second and third, but a nice pattern sheep, one that gets out and travels good, good feet and legs. Excellent job of presentation on this lamb. Lamb in second, a little more terminal in terms of its handle. I like that about him. This lamb, I wished he was just a little bit better on those back legs. He gets a little soft on those pasterns, and until you really get to studying him, sometimes it's a little hard to see in the wood chips, but he's one that's big-backed, he's good-butted. Would you like to see that sheep get out and go with a little more authority off those back wheels? Lamb in third, really attractive lamb when you get over the top in terms of the actual thickness and the way this guy's designed. He's just really wolfy coming out of his blades. He's big back. Really, really like this sheep through his rump. For me, he gets a little bit soft in terms of his conditioning. Would like to pick his chest floor up just a notch to get him in those top two holes. Round out the top four, we've got a lamb that's a little flatter in terms of that muscle. We'd like to balance that sheep a little better in his underline, make him bigger as we progress back, shallow him up in his chest floor today. Good group. Congratulations to you, heavyweight.
We'll be making a selection for your champion natural color market lamb. Here's your results coming out of a class number 9. Blue ribbon winners include Luke Bowman from Buffalo County, Gentry Frederickson from Cumming County. Second purple is to Grayson Alpha from Lincoln County. First purple to Crew Freeland from Saunders County. Again, the selection now of your champion natural color.
Let's put our hands together for the kids in the natural drive. I thought they brought a nice set of sheep out. A fun set to sort through, and I don't think there's one that's absolutely perfect to win it out here, but I think there's four really, really nice sheep. And as we discussed them in class, our lightweight, one that absolutely dominated the class. Again, nickel too restrictive when we get him out on the move. I could lengthen that sheep out in terms of his side view, but that sheep's really a nice handle, a nice made sheep, really good legged, big fluffy top, and big hip in him. We'd just like to see him just get out and float a little better in the ring. Blue sheep that wins the second class, he's the one that travels probably the best out here. I love him on the move, props up really nice. He's one we made a comment. I don't know if he's perfect in his loin edge. He's good. We could make him just a nickel better, but the rest of that sheep is really, really nice in my opinion. Maybe carries a nickel more condition than that lightweight, but I think he's relative to the other three. He's as lean as anything we have after that. Lamb that wins that third class, big, bold, stout, rugged sheep. Again, we commented on him in class. I could change his loin maybe a nickel more than the one in second. He is big racked. I love his rack shape. He's got a big turn to his butt. He's quite a bit bigger than what I see that lamb in second, so I expect him to be bigger through there, but that's a nice made sheep. We'd like to fix that loin ever so slightly. The rest of that sheep, again, those two are kind of spot on in the way they're made. We'd just like to fix them both up just a nickel there. We finished that heavyweight class out with a lamb that really good pattern, really good feet and legs, really good bodied kind of a sheep. Maybe gets a little too plain and a little mature up through that front end, but one that fits into that lineup very nicely. I think that's very challenging between the pair of blue sheep in the middle. I don't think there's any bones about it in my mind. I can make reasons to probably go either way. I think the best one in terms of his structure and the way he's put together and his loin edge, young man wins the second class, will be my champion natty. We move our second lamb out of that class up. One that we commented in class maybe a nickel rougher in his top line, but he's got loads of muscle. He's got a good shape to his loin. He's got a big butt in him. The sheep that suits me the second best will be the young man wins the third class. We follow that up, picking our third overall. I think it gets down to our two on the right, or on my right, the lightweight and the second class. I like the design and the way that sheep looks out in the ring propped up that wins the lightweight class. You're going to be my third overall. Congratulations.
And the results are your champion natural color. Third overall will go to Camry Tziv of Holt County. Second goes to Ida's Klein of Frontier County. And first will go to Michael Lucky III of Cass County. As we continue on this morning, now this is class number 10. This will be your Southdown Market Lambs. They weigh from 105 to 128.
Purple. You guys couldn't even tag team him. Come on.
Cleared my head. I don't know.
And who says you can't teach a sheep something? They figure out how to get away, and they do it every time. All right, give them a round of applause for the ring help. Good job, girls. This class is just sorts really easy. This gets way past sheep 101. I thought as sheep walks in the class, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't even have to be a sheep judge to like this dude. Just great bodied, good feet and legs, good presentation. And the neat part is when you get on top of him, he's even better than when you watch him walk in the ring. Just easy class winner. Pretty fault-free in this lamb. I'm not sure what I'd change on him. In relation to the class, he kind of beats everybody in every piece, shape, and way. So good sheep to start off the class with. I thought the closest sheep to resemble him was our lamb in second. This lamb might possibly be a little longer bodied, a little more extended. He's not as round in terms of his rib shape. We'd like to see that sheep a little rounder there. He could hook up just a nickel better in terms of his hip-loin juncture. The biggest place he probably gets beat is you get in behind him. He's not wide enough in his pin bones. He needs to be wider, and he needs to be deeper in terms of his muscle pattern. But a really good looking down from the side when you get over here. Lamb in third kind of followed that lamb in second. I thought he was a good made kind of a sheep. A little more body to this sheep than the other two. Maybe doesn't balance quite as good. We'd like to change that about him. Carries a little more condition. Those two above him would like to clean that up. Lamb in fourth, a lamb that gets a little bit flatter again in terms of his muscle shape as we get behind him. Good presentation on this lamb. I like his middle third. We'd just like to change his balance just ever so slightly. Lamb that rounds out the top five. Lamb that doesn't have the handle characteristics of those four above him. He carries more cover than anything we've got above him, so we need to clean him up in terms of his cover, make him handle just a little better. Good job today, kids, in the Southdown class.
Here's the results coming out of class number 10. Blue ribbon winners include Addison Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Casson Quinn from Butler County, and Dalton Vilak from Knox County. Your purple ribbon winners include P2 going to Fisher Johnson from York County, and your first purple is to Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County. In the ring, class 11 weighs from 130 to 152. After this, the selection of your champion, Southdown.
our second class of South Downs. We've got another stinger, I think, to come out and win this class. And this sheep probably doesn't excite me as some of our class winners on the move. I think I've selected a little more towards how they look on the move, and I'm probably not as much in love with this sheep on the move as I am when we get him propped up and he's handling. His handle's incredible. You've done a super job of feeding that sheep. Very sculpted in terms of his rack shape. He's good loin, his rump shape and the turn to his rump, the dimensions in through his front legs as you watch him coming and going are really good. I think you fed him incredible. I might make him a tick longer necked. That's the only thing I'd change about that sheep. Good sheep to win the class. Out our lamb in second was the closest following him. He's the most complete sheep that we have after that class winner. Really long topped, he's good hipped, his underline's good. He gets a little heavier through his chest floor. We'd like to pick that chest floor up a little bit to go into that front hole. Lambs in third and fourth. I thought this was a real challenging place to go here, and I'll be the first to say from the side I like my fourth place winner. When I get over the top of them and handle them, my third place comes in and dominates it. And I'm going to go with that. I think this sheep from a handling characteristics, length of top, correctness and composition, he needs to be in that third hole. He's probably a nickel more mature when you look at him from the side than those two above him. We'd like to make him look a little bit more youthful to run into those top two holes. I thought that lamb in fourth was a super, super made little South Down. He's past 12 o'clock in my mind. I'd like to have seen him probably 60 days ago. He's got too much bark on him for me today, but man, is that one that's good looking from the side. She's done a world's best job of showing him. I'm really appreciative of that sheep from the side. He just carries too much cover in relation to those three above him when we get him out here. Next lamb, a lamb that gets just a little bit drier and a little staler to the touch. I'd like to put a little more flank into this fifth place lamb, give him just a little more product from behind. Finish out the class, another lamb that's long-bodied, just needs more muscle to get behind to move up higher. Good job, kids. Congratulations.
We're getting ready to make the selection of our champion South Down. Here's your results out of Class 11. Blue ribbon winners include Arabelle Ruffsmeyer from Buffalo County, Jonah Stevenson from Howard County, Augustus Woltman from Box Butte County, and Madeline Yancey from Valley County. Purple ribbon winners include Tia Mac Sukutra from Sherman County, and your first purple to Riley Sofel from Butler County. Again, the selection now is your champion South Down. And Deb, over there holding the banners, I have to say you make a great job at blocking those gates, keeping those sheep from getting out. You didn't get kudos, so I'm sending them to you now.
Not a lot of classes to make a lot of decisions with at this stage in our final drive. I thought that lightweight class winner truly, truly dominated that class, and I still love this sheep when he comes out here. The youthfulness, extension through his front end. I don't know if he handles any better than that lamb that wins the second class, but I do like his presentation, the youthfulness, his ease of movement as we get him out here in the ring. Just a well-balanced kind of a sheep to win that first class. Lamb in second, not quite as fresh, a little longer-bodied sheep. Doesn't have the dimension and muscle as we get behind him to compete with that one in front of him, but a really good second in that class. Our heavyweight class one we just talked about, love the attention to the feeding and the sheep. Just big back, big out of his rib, more expressive maybe than our first class winner in terms of his muscle in through that top line. I don't think he travels as nice. He's not as extended up through that front end, but we sure got to give him consideration for being a really good carcass-oriented sheep. I like his presentation. He's very fresh to the touch. I wish he was a nickel more extended, though, to compete with that first-class winner. Lamb in second that follows that one up, as we commented, not as terminal in terms of his muscle shape, but one from a design aspect, I think he follows in very closely. I thought the decision in this South Down was fairly easy. I'm going to use my Class 1 for champion. I think this is a super good down. Congratulations to you. For reserve, we'll follow up with our heavyweight. And then I think we get a little more challenging between our 2 seconds out here. My decision is going to be I'm going to go with my second heavy class winner. I think there's just a little more total product to that sheep down the top and in through the rump. Good set, kids. Congratulations to y'all.
And congratulations, our third place on your South Downs will go to Taya Matsukuta from Sherman County. Your second in reserve is Riley Sofo from Butler County. And congratulations, your champion South Down, exhibited by Lexi Fillingham of Scottsbluff County.
That one needs to be just a little fresher from a condition and a natural shape standpoint. We round out the class with a pair of them that I think from a body perspective, structure perspective, I don't know how many holes in. Young ladies,
In the ring now is class number 12. From this class, your champion all hair breed will be selected. They weigh from 83 to 129.
In our hair sheep class, I assume we only have one class. We got a lot of variety in size. So I thought this sheep that wins this class, when you get on top of him, I was concerned when he walked in the ring that I don't know, he looks like he's carrying a lot of condition. This sheep's not very far off from being just right in terms of his condition. Has a little bit of brisket, not as sculpted as that lamb in second in terms of his muscle, but his design, you watch that transition out of his neck through his top line, excellent, excellent loin sheep, beautiful in terms of his rump design. That's my favorite part of him. He's good on his feet and legs. He's sound. Just a really nice sheep to go out and win the class. I thought the lamb that most closely followed him in terms of muscle and shape was the lamb in second. Maybe a smaller sheep, a little rounder in his design, a little tighter in his top line. We'd like to soften him there, but that young lady's done a super job of feeding this sheep. Really, really carcass oriented. Might have a little better carcass than that class winner. I'd just like to soften him in a couple areas, make his transition out of his shoulder blade into his rack just a little better today. Next lamb, bigger, real big outline sheep that gets a little flat in terms of muscle. I just think there's a little more to this sheep, a little more correct in the top line than our lamb in fourth. Lamb in fourth, we just need to level him out a little. He needs to have more time on feed to develop the muscle he needs to have to compete today. Congratulations, kids.
Here's your results of your champion all hair breed market lambs. Your blue ribbon winner first will go to Ryan Blake out of Class 12 from Gage County, and your second blue to Elizabeth Blake of Gage County. Your reserve champion all hair breed market lamb is exhibited by Kirshner of Lincoln County, and your champion Amelia Hasselbrook from Saunders County. We're moving on. We've got Class 13 set to come in the ring. Class 13 will be your whiteface influence market lambs. We will have two classes. Class 13 will weigh 111 to 118.
in our first class of whiteface cross. We've got a pretty easy class winner in my mind, one that has the looks, the parts, and the pieces. Very eye appealing and the most appealing to my hands when I get on top of that sheep. Really a nice sheep to win the class. I thought in second it got a little closer here. To me, the edge goes to the young lady that's got one that's a little more cracked open at the ground, a little more base width on him. I wish this sheep was just a little fresher to the touch. I wish she was just, for as big-bodied and big-ended and big-topped as that wether is, I wish he was a little more expressive in terms of his rack shape, a little more touch and design to his loin. Lots of body, just need to freshen him up, make him a little more expressive. Very good design sheep when you look at him from the side. Lamb in third, a long-sided, bigger frame sheep, real cool fronted. I'd like to see more muscle when you get on top of the sheep and I get behind him. Those two in front of you are quite a bit wider behind. We need to make him bigger through his pins, deeper in his leg today to go into those top two. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Here's the results of Class 13. Class 13 blue ribbons go to Amelia Saban of Cass County, Amelia Hasselbrook of Saunders County. First purple will go to Kaya Deceive of Holt County. Entering the ring now is Class 14, your white influence market lambs. They will weigh from 140 to 150.
in this heavyweight speckle class. There's not a bad sheep in this drive. I will tell you that. Young lady brings that first sheep in, and I place him fifth, and I'm thinking he's a contender when he walks through the gate. And then we have four more that I like equally as well, or maybe a notch better. A really good set all the way down through. So if you're not first or second, I don't know whether you need to be discouraged in this class. And there's some things to be deciphered in opinions. I've made the comments all day. I like them that are athletic on the move, and I like them athletic to the touch. I'll be the first to admit these two get a little more restricted. They get a little tight in their movements. We'd like to change that about them. But man, you talk about athletic animals when you get them propped up and you look at them from the side, put your hands on them, they're really creasy. They are dialed in for the touch and the handle, guys. I thought the advantage went to this lamb that wins, that I used to win the class, just in terms of sheer volume of muscle, working right out of his rack shape. He's just tremendous there. He carries it back. I love the turn and the shape through his stifle and down through that twist. He's the most explosive down low there. I like the way this sheep props up. When I watch this sheep walk, I think there's absolutely no way he can look this cool propped up. She gets that head and neck out of him, and he shows like a dream. He needs to get out and go with a little bit neater look from the front end. We talked that a little bit in showmanship the other day. He's one that's a challenging sheep to get out on the move. I love that sheep propped up. His muscle and his texture of muscle and the job she's done feeding him is second to none. With that being said, I thought this sheep in second is an excellent, excellent sheep to follow up. And I think this is a close placing. And I wouldn't, when they're propped up, they're both dang good. I think he gets a little more restricted in his top line, in his movements. I think the big deciding factor to me is when we get down in behind him, I wished he was just a little cheekier, had just a little more depth and shape in through that twist. I do like his openness about his top. He's not as explosive in his rack, but man, as he opened up, when you get over the top of those blades, his loin edge lays in him good. That's a really good pair of sheep, and if you guys want to change him, I'm okay with that. Following with a lamb in third, we kind of go to a different speed and pattern. We've got a little more, for lack of better words, I think he doesn't have the bells and whistles. This sheep is super complete. He's big-bodied, he's big-ended, he's good feet and legs. He's a little rougher in his top line. I thought when we got over the top of him, he's the one that carries a little more condition of those top three purples. I'd like to lean him up, maybe make him just a little bit smoother in that top line as we analyze him today. Our fourth place lamb, long-bodied sheep, one that's long and level, probably gets a little flat in terms of that lower rib, gets a little flatter in terms of that stifle today. One we'd like to change a little there. Our fifth lamb, again, one I talked about when we come out in class. I thought this lamb was awfully good, and he still is. He is a nice sheep. I would like to make him bigger and bolder right out through his rump, though. When we get him up beside those four, he gets beat all day from behind. His eye appeal, his length of body, he's up front of us, the fitting, the job of showing him you've done excellent. He just needs more pop behind. Good set. Congratulations, kids. I thought this was a really, a very good class from top to bottom.
Steer is exhibited by Jace Rasmussen. This is your champion maintainer, and Jace is from Boone County.
As we continue on this morning, we're getting ready now for our Division I crossbred market lambs, class 15, from 102 and a half up to 110. But first, I jumped one ahead. Sorry about that. We're doing the champion whiteface next. Here's the results out of class 14. Blue ribbon winners include Hannah Wagner from Dodge County, Addison Reuter from Scotts Bluff County. Third purple will go to Taylor Staben from Cass County. Second purple is to Melanie Korth of Washington County. And first purple to Ansley Woltman of Box Butte County. Now the selection of your champion whiteface influence.
For our whiteface cross drive, we bring those two class winners and seconds out. Uh, Really a nice pair. I kind of challenge about anywhere you can go to find sheep any better than what these are. I thought that lightweight class winner, he rolled through that class probably too easy. Sometimes you don't give enough credit to them in them softer classes or less numbers until you really get them out and analyze them. But this sheep holds himself together well. He's very youthful. I think from a structural standpoint, he's the elite one out here in terms of all the way around. When you get him out here on the move and in the ring, you prop him up, he still looks good. No, he's not the biggest muscled one, and I'm going to guess he gives up 20 to 25 pounds to our two heavyweights, but he's certainly got enough muscle for the frame he's got and the size he is. I think he's a very, very complete lamb. I don't know exactly where I would change this sheep because I think from all the way around, he's just rock solid. Doesn't probably have the wildness of his muscle shape in through his top, through that rack and through the lower leg that those two heavies do, but he is super complete. He's structurally correct. He's good out through his hip, and like I said, I think he's got plenty of muscle for his design. I really appreciate the way the sheep travels, and I like him in his chest floor up through his neck. I think that's one that's the super sound one of the bunch. Run into that second white in that light class, a little softer made, a little rounder out through that shoulder. We'd like to put just a little more touch to this sheep, have him handle just a little fresher and a little firmer over his rib today. Just talk those two heavyweights, both of them a nickel more restricted in their movement. Our class winner, again, we'd like to make him more extended in his neck on the move. You prop him up tremendous. Second in that class, I like that sheep an awful lot. I think that's a good pair that match up well. I could see his flank line maybe being a nickel better him. To me, the most complete sheep in the drive goes to the lightweight here today. Congratulations. From there, we'll follow up with our two heavyweights. I think those two are awful good. I can't split that pair because I thought that was really good in class. A really good set. You can kind of sort them however you want. If you want one that looks really good on the move and that, or you want to get into the muscle sheep. Good set, kids. Fun to sort them.
We'll be back with the Market Goat Show at 12:25. We're going to take a 20-minute break on the Market Goat side. Here's your champion whiteface results. Your third place whiteface influence will go to Melanie Korth from Washington County. Second place is to Ansley Waltman from Box Butte County. And your first place, your champion whiteface influence, is Akay Dezive of Holt County. Now we're on to Class 15, Division 1 Crossbred Market Lambs, weighing from 102.5 to 110.
our first class of lightweight crosses. I think these things will kind of sort themselves according to a lot of times just weight and condition. We've got one that I think comes out and says, beat me. Young man has one tall fronted, athletic looking, good topped. He's presented excellent. He's got plenty of muscle to him. Not a whole lot I'd change about him. I think this sheep will be one that'll be better as he gets bigger. I think he's relatively immature, but yet he's got the most amount of muscle and shape comparative to these top five. Do three. Let's do three. We run into our second place lamb, and I made the comment, it's all funny till it happens to you. And kudos to this gal for sticking it out. She's got a nice sheep, and I think he's presented very well. I don't know what you do about one that's that unintelligent. I know what happens when I get back to the pen and it's not pretty, but that's a very nice sheep. You might even actually outhandle that class winner in terms of your job of feeding on that sheep. I love the expression and the shape of this lamb coming out of his blades. He's really good through here. Really good loin edged. He's good rumped. He's excellent in terms of his feet and legs. Movement, your guess is as good as mine. I really couldn't tell how he moved. We didn't have a lot of luck with that part of the game, but certainly props up good. Young man with the ewe lamb in third. One props up really good from the side. One that's stout. One that's big back, big ended. She's the most mature of these top five. And I think that's a deciding factor not to make the top two when I get in here and I get over the top of her. She wants to get a little bit chubby over the ribs. I'd like to tune her down just maybe ever so slightly to be at this particular weight. I think the Weathers have that advantage as there's a little more upside to them. They're not quite as far along in their development today, but that's a nice pattern, good muscle kind of a sheep to be in third. Thought her Weather in fourth, another one that's fed right, handles good. His loin needs to be a nickel fresher. I think when you look at him, I like him here. He could be a little bit tighter down in through his shoulders. His loin's just a little bit A-framed. I'd like to widen that out, smooth him up a little bit. Then we run into our fifth place ewe. This would be the fifth one that I think is adequate in terms of the muscle to fat ratio. Her neck structure needs to be better. We need to drop that rear flank down just a notch. But good set to start off the day with in the crossbreds. Congratulations to you kids.
Entering the ring now will be Class 16 of your Division I crossbred market lambs, 115 to 122. Your results coming out of Class 15. Blue ribbon winners include Jillian Muntz of Cass County, Josie Root of Merritt County, Annabelle Pearson of Thayer County, Colton Carmen of Buffalo County, Aslan Cox of Valley County, Angus Johnson of Merritt County, Sonia Hendricks of Thayer County. Now your purple ribbon winners include Fisher Johnson of York County, Kenna Gentrip will be purple 2, and your first purple out of Class 15 is Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. Again in the ring now is Class 16.
And the second class of our light crosses certainly got one that I think's easy for me to pick out. I hope he was that easy for you. Just rock solid. We'll talk more about him down the road. I thought the closeness coming this second and third placing, two sheep that are both very similar in their builds, their makeups. They're lambs that aren't mature enough yet at this stage to beat that one that wins the class. I really like the design and the style and the job this gal does showing this sheep. I wished he could be fresher to the touch, and obviously we've probably had to work on his hide just a little bit. That's staled his touch out. It's probably taken a little of his loin edge out, but this sheep props up. He's great on his feet and legs. He moves. He needs to be fresher. He needs to be a little better in his loin edge. And if we put that freshness and a little cover on him, he's going to get there. I think he's a high-quality livestock that probably isn't show ring ready yet at this particular moment. Lamb in third really closely follows that one in second. He's a notch longer bodied. I think he's got a big growth curve in him. I don't know if I want to say he's got too much growth in him, but he's long bodied. Would maybe shorten that sheep up a tick bit. I think he's a little deeper in the front than he is as we progress back. I'd like to shallow him up a little bit, make him a little bit more athletic and better looking off that front end than what he shows me out here in this group. Our fourth lamb, a really stout, thick sheep. One that I think from the handle perspective maybe gets a little softer over the rib than those three above him. And if this was a 140-pound class, it probably wouldn't bother me at the weights we are. He's fairly far along. He's not as extended. Doesn't balance as well. I'd like to say maybe he could use a nickel more of the wow factor when we put him up beside those three above him. But nice, solid sheep in that fourth place. Our fifth place sheep, the last one we talk about, another one that's long-sided, really handles good down his top. I like his hip. He's too low in his front end when we get him on the move. We'd like to pick him up there. Nickel long-bodied, I think that makes him struggle a little bit trying to get him showed. But the biggest factor for me when I get on top of him, the biggest part of him is his shoulder. I'd like to narrow him up through them shoulders just a tick bit, have him balance a little better and progressively widen as he goes front to rear. Good set. Congratulations to you kids.
Here's your results coming out of class number 16. Blue ribbon winners include Hannah Hasselbrook from Saunders County, Leah Lambert, Grayson Arbuck from York County, Blaine Cavan from Saunders County, Bryden Redden from Lincoln County, Aslan Cox from Valley County, Blake Lowry from Dodge County, Kipton Schneider from Valley County, Kipton Schneider again from Valley County. Third purple goes to Elena Dobry from Scottsbluff County. Second purple is to Piper Anuka from Saunders County. And first purple out of class 16, congratulations to Sage Stoltz from Boone County. Entering the ring now is class 17 of your Division I crossbred market lambs, 123.5 up to 127.
Our third class of crossbreds. I thought there was one sheep out there that kind of hit me hard when he walked into the ring, and then there was 2 or 3 others that I think handled equally as well, or maybe a notch better. So we spent a little more time making that decision. But when I get down to it, the sheep that I like the best, we used to win the class in terms of just one that props up nice. I think the symmetry of his body and his design from front to rear, he's a nickel softer than I would really think is ideal. But his underline and his top line, his hip structure, his ease of movement, his extension, his length of neck are second to none in this particular class. If I wanted to change him, I could maybe pick his chest floor up just ever so slightly. I could take just a notch of cover off him, but that's being real picky on a sheep that is really presented well, really has the right silhouette for the class out here to win. Coming in second in this class is a lamb that, in my estimation, outhandles him. Big racked, hard to the touch. Finish is ideal on this sheep. He's good loin. He's a little bit rounder in his rump. He's a little more restricted on his movement, and that's what throws you in second. I'd like to take that top line, soften a little, and we've talked, I believe, about, I believe this was maybe your showmanship lamb yesterday. I wish his neck come out just a nickel better. We can pull on it all day, and it probably isn't going to get long enough to beat him. But you have done a super job of feeding him. I like the handle on your lamb, and that isn't what beats you. It's you've done your work, you've done the part. I just wished he was a nickel longer necked and it come out and he moved out just a little more athletically. Good sheep there in second. Lamb in third. I thought this was a close placing in this pair. This lamb in third handles like that lamb in second. Both those are fed exceptionally well. I like that about him. This one's maybe a little cooler in terms of his design down that top line, maybe a little smoother. I thought the big decision when we sorted these two, when I get behind him, you're a little shorter hipped, you're a little rounder in your hip, not quite as massive in terms of your cheek as that lamb above you. That's why you're in third today. But that's another sheep that got fed really well. Come to a pair of sheep then, our next lamb. This one gets up and gets out there and goes really elegant and extended in the front. My problem comes for me as we progress from front to rear. He needs to have a nickel more body. He needs to have a nickel more flank. I wished he was a little thicker behind as I analyze him, and I get over the top of him. He's a little bigger in his shoulder than he is through his hip. We need to change that about him. Very similar with that lamb in fifth. I thought this lamb, comparative to the lamb above him, was a nickel deeper in his chest. I think there's a lot of depth from the top of that shoulder down into that breastbone. We'd like to shallow that up. This one needs to widen out in through that tail head to go up any higher. Good group. Congratulations, kids.
Here's the results of Class 17. Blue ribbon winners include Taylor Sabin from Cass County, Addison Reuter from Scottsbluff County, Adeline Henderson from Adams County, Elena Dobry from Scottsbluff County, Caitlin Grease from Clay County, Melanie Santiago from Stanton County, Kaisley Hunk from Cumming County, Rayleigh Psalm from Webster County, and Colby Carmen from Buffalo County. Purple ribbon winners include Mahia Jones from Cherry County, Wyatt Eveltonson from Hall County is your second purple, and first purple out of Class 17. Congratulations to Crew Freeland from Saunders County. Entering the ring now will be Class 17. Class 17, 128 to 131. After this class, your selection of your Champion 1 Division Crossbred Market Lamb will take place. And we'd also like to thank the 2026 Nebraska 4-H Foundation sheep sponsors, including Bethman Steel, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester, and Aurora Co-op. Also, a big shout out and help to all our crew today on this Sunday, including Audra Brown, 4-H assistant in Scotts Bluff County. Brianna Gerdelution for a 4-H assistant in Saline County. Blake Wirt, 4-H assistant in Platte County. Shane Ahrens, 4-H assistant in Dodge County. Grace Eckard, office manager in Clay County. Megan Knut, 4-H assistant in Hall County. Elizabeth Tilgus from 4-H assistant in Lancaster County. Sarah Dilly, UNL staff member, and Dr. Dan Overbeek for head of animal science at UNL.
I believe this is the last class of Division One. Good one to end on. Three. I thought this was really, really challenging in these top three. Parts and pieces about each one I really like. I guess the one I elect to end on is kind of like I want to preach all day. I want the one that's a happy medium, that's the soundest, that I feel comfortable with on the move. A lamb that really props up good from the side, very athletic on the move. Is he the biggest, boldest top, biggest ended sheep? Absolutely not. But I think he balances as well from front to rear. I like his grace, his stride, the way he flexes off his back legs. For me, the question is if he's lean enough to the touch. Is this sheep a nickel deeper through that chest? I think when we put everything together, he's the one that averages it out, and he comes out on top just because of his athleticism, the way he's built, his comfort, and his ease of movement. There's one that doesn't move or get out any better than he does. My lamb in second's one that really challenges me because I really like this sheep propped up in terms of the fullness, the volume of muscle coming out of his shoulders, the biggest rump sheep, big, deep leg. He's a little coarser in his design. When you study him from over the top, his shoulder points are the widest part of his body. I'd like to tighten him up there. He's one that, too, gets a little bit deeper. But for me, the biggest deciding factor when we get him out on the move, he's a shorter strided, shorter hipped, doesn't want to quite get up and go up to speed with those sheep on either side. But he is the muscle sheep of the class. He is a handling sheep of the class. Very, very nicely presented. I just wish he wasn't quite as restrictive in his movement as we get him out on the go. Lamb in third, a very attractive presented sheep, one that's a tall-fronted, tall-shouldered, good-chested sheep, long-sided. This one, when we get him beside those two in front of you, you run out of muscle from behind. You lose that game really pretty fast. But your design and that keeps you in there, your feet and legs, your soundness, your presentation, and your hides are just spot on. Like everything about him, power him up just a nickel, and he's going to play with them two above him. Lamb in fourth. This was a lamb that, again, is a more muscular sheep. I think he needs to be more flexible off his back legs. He's one that gets a little bunched up on the move. He gets a little deeper through that shoulder. We'd like to change that about him. Our fifth lamb is one the flank line needs to get just a hair better in him. This little ewe lamb's really, really creasy out of her shoulders. I really like the freshness. You've done a good job of feeding on this sheep, but that one's really a good rib, good loin one. Not as wild and as many wow factors, but basically a really solid sheep to be in fifth hole. Good group in our final class of Division I. Congratulations, kids.
Of your champion Division I crossbred market lambs, here's your results out of Class 18. Blue ribbon winners: Elena Wagner from Dodge County, Cooper Root from Merritt County, Taya Max Sakuda from Sherman County, Ellen Schmidt from Jefferson County, Decker Medina from Kimber Banner County, Ryan Flex from Lincoln County, Danica Lechtenberg from Holtz County, Aslan Cox from Valley County, and Landon Busson from Washington County. That wraps up your blue ribbon winners coming out of Class 18. Purple ribbons include Lydia Fillingham from Scottsbluff County. Your second purple exhibited by Mahia Jones of Cherry County. And first purple will go to Ava Karnoff of Burke County. Again, your selection now is your champion Division I crossbred market lamb.
Our first championship drive in our crossbreds. We've got a great set to work with. I'm excited to see what else we're going to come up with here as we finish off the crossbreds, but certainly a good set. We started off this class winner, class 1, long-bodied up front and sheep. I guess when you put him out here in the lineup, he's the leanest, which you'd expect coming out of the first class. I do like his extra extension up through the front end, his length and levelness of hip. He gives up quite a bit in terms of power when you put him beside those other 3 class winners, but I have to appreciate where this sheep's at in the game, and his better days will be ahead of him. I thought when we analyzed that class too, that lamb needed to win that class, and he needed to win it pretty fast. A really, really stout-made sheep. He's really attractive. He's really got a good look from the side, and in terms of one that's up in his chest floor, he progressively gets a little deeper. He's got a big old hip with a big old butt hanging on it. One I like really, really well from the side. I think he travels out one of them top 2 pair moving. He could use a little less belly wool for me. I think his flank line, his underline might look a little more attractive. If we took just a little off, it'd give him a little more length of side, which I like. And for some people, he's plenty long. I like this sheep a lot. We get into that 3rd class winner, and that's another one that hit me hard in class, and he hits me really, really hard on the move. I like his stoutness and his feature, the ruggedness of his bone, the burliness of his top and his hip shape, his butt. Lots and lots of good things about him. I could make him a nickel cleaner in terms of his fat cover. I could raise that chest floor up and just ever so slightly make him a little shallower there. But from an eye appeal standpoint and flexibility, he gets out and really cruises about the ring. Our 4th class winner we just talked about, that's one that just from a structure standpoint, again, was the best one out there. Maybe not the heaviest muscle. That went to the one in 2nd, but I thought that was a really, really nice sheep to win that class. I think this is really challenging in my mind, and I'm really happy with where we're at in this front line. I think you could make reasons to use different sheep out here. The one I like the best comes out of class 2. I think when we get down to our reserve in this, the one that most closely follows it and the one I'm the most comfortable with on the move, even though he's a little heavier condition, class 3. And I think this is challenging as we bring up that 2nd in class 3. I think it gets down to him. Our 2nd in class 3 and our class winner in 4. Obviously, we talked about 4. I thought class 3 is one that really, really handles appropriate. Again, we made the comment you could make him more neater about his neck, more picked up in terms of his chest floor. I'm going to run with the class 4 champion for our 3rd overall. Congratulations, kids.
And congratulations, your champion Division 1, 3rd place Division 1 crossbred market lamb, exhibited by Ava Karnoff from Burke County. Your reserve champion Division 1 crossbred market lamb is Crew Freeland from Saunders County. And congratulations, your champion Division 1 crossbred market lamb is Sage Stoltz from Boone County. We're now on to Division 2 crossbred market lambs. This will be class 19. They will weigh from 132 to 135 and a half.
A really challenging pair out here as we bring this group out. I thought this lamb we used to win the class. Again, most complete. Very, very sound. He's presented really well. Is he as wild in some areas as that lamb in second in terms of his neck? His front end, no. But I think he's very good in the way he's put together. I really like the way this sheep transitions down his top. And that's, to me, the biggest edge he has. He's a little better through his rib shape. He's a little fresher, and he's a little better through his loin edge. Lamb in second wants to be a little frailer. He's a little better chested. I like his neck set. He's a good rack sheep. I wished he was pulled apart just a little bit in through that center part of his rib. I wished he was just a little fresher in through that loin edge. He wants to be just a nickel stale. Really like the shape and the turn to his rump on that lamb in second. Very, very nicely showed and presented sheep. Congratulations to you two. I thought the lamb in third, a ewe lamb that you really like off. When you study her and you look at her by herself, there's no flaws in her, no holes in her. The big factor is when you put her beside those two big-ended wethers, you don't have enough muscle when we get behind you. And that does not surprise me with the ewe lamb. She's going against a bigger wether, but very, very nice sheep. She is fed to a T. She's spot on in terms of her condition. A very shapely rack sheep. Her loin edge is good. Just need a little bit more oomph when we get in behind her to go against those two big guys in front of her. Our wether in fourth, a flashy kind of an individual that's a long neck, tall fronted sheep. He just plain plays out a center body and doesn't have enough product to him when we get with those three ahead of him. We got to put more flank in him. We got to put more center body, just more all around muscle and product on that sheep today. Lamb in fifth does have that. I think he's got plenty of product. He's got plenty of muscle. He's got a great body in terms of his center. He gets soft over his ribs. He gets plainer out through his front end. We got to change that factor in him to get him into them top four. Good group, kids. Congratulations.
Entering the ring now will be Class 20 of your Division II Crossbred Market Lambs, 136 to 139. Your results coming out of Class 19. Blue ribbon winners include Cole Brooks from Otto County, Adeline Peterson from Phelps County, Dakota Velick from Knox County, Rayleigh Selm from Webster County, Drake Drickham from Hall County, Libby Beitner from Hall County, Ian Lawrenson from Lancaster County will kick off your purples. Aubrey Billiter from Phelps County. Second purple will go to Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, and congratulations to Tyson Schroer from Buffalo County, your first purple out of Class 19. Again, Class 20 is now in the ring.
Another good class, and I think these top two or maybe even three might be interchangeable in different places, in different people's mind, whoever sorts them. I thought for me, when we got all said and done, again, not to be repetitive, but the athletic one I felt the most comfortable with wins the class. Really off the charts in terms of presentation. For me, the thing that probably makes a deciding factor is the transition of this sheep from the loin into the hip. This sheep really stays together well. I like that about him. If I want to pick on a good sheep just a little bit, he borderlines on condition for me. I wouldn't want any more on him, but his presentation, his touch, his handle, his ease of movement, he gets him by that stage for me. I think that's a really nice place to start in the class. Lamb in second, as I studied these sheep coming out, was the one I really wanted to run to the top. And the longer I study him out here, and I think this sheep looks fine when we get him on the walk. I like that about him. He might get just a nickel choppy off that back end, but when we get him out here and we drive him, I'm not sold if he's as good right in here as he hooks up. That sheep handles good. He looks good on the walk, and then we stop him. He wants to get just a nickel lazy in there. Bothers me a little bit. He's probably not as cracked open as that one that wins the class in terms of his sheer rib development, but he is the leaner of the pair, make no doubt about it, one that handles extremely well. That's a really good pair to start the class off with. Congratulations to you. I know you didn't come to be second, young man, but that's a nice sheep. Get into our third hole. This lamb, I thought, challenged me when we put him in the profile. I really wanted to run him just a nickel higher. I thought he sets up. He looks good. That young lady really drives one well. His top line's flawless when you get him stuck. For me, you put him in motion. That chest floor drops out in him just a nickel. He's a nickel shorter neck than what those two ahead of him are. We change that about him. He moves up the ladder because he's certainly the muscle, a good muscle sheep. He's fed to a T. Love his feet and legs. His hip and rump are excellent. Just like to see him more extended up through that front end. Our next lamb is more extended and more up front and about her. I thought this lamb got just a little bit piecey and wavy down his top. I'd like to see that transition out of his rack into his loin and into his hip. Just a little bit smoother. Make him just a little bigger ended when we get all said and done. Our next lamb is a monster top, monster butted sheep. I thought this lamb got a little plain, maybe a nickel course when we got him on the move, especially through that shoulder. But he is one big back, big rib sheep. You've done a good job of feeding this lamb to this point. Congratulations, kids, on a nice class.
Here's your results coming out of Class 20. Your blue ribbon winners include McKenna Ranchi from Adams County, Asa Andrew from Nemaha County, Kaisa Hunke from Cumming County, Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Ava Carnop from Burt County, Ashton Wagner from Lancaster County, Lily Wyman from Lancaster County, Angus Johnson from Merritt County, Drake Jokum from Hall County. Your third purple will go to Kaylee Kopik from Wayne County. Idis Klein from Frontier County will be your second purple, and congratulations coming out of Class 20, Lauren Johnson from Lancaster County. Walking in the ring now is our Class 21 Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. They weigh from 140 to 142.
in this drive. Young kids are taking it to heart and getting after it. Couple of really nice sheep that I think are really, really competitive and close in my mind out here. Young lady's lamb is one that I look at him as he comes in, and I'm not sure if he's as powerful in terms of his loin as what I'm hoping he is. And I get on top of him, he is. He's good loin. He might be just a nickel higher in his hip setup, his hookup than what is ideal. But that lamb, I think when you get him out and you study him on the move and the young lady props him up, he's the one that really gets me excited when I get over the top of him. His length of neck, his shallowness through his chest, but he is a big, big rack sheep. Big on the top side of his hip, and he carries it down well. I think that's where his advantage is big on the top of his hip, the way he carries it down. That gets him in the first hole for me today. Lamb in second, the young man's got super job of showing your sheep, buddy. I like that kind of a showman. I like your sheep out here in terms of his length, the top line. He's very, very, very level. Where you get beats when we put him in motion, your sheep's a little bit deeper through that front third, a little shorter coupled in terms of his neck extension. We'd like to lengthen him out there, but one, I love his top side, his hip. I don't know if he's as bunchy and bulgy in terms of the center stifle part of his leg, but he's awful good. He could track out just a nickel wider as we watch that lamb leave the ring, but that's two really good sheep put in that first and second hole that I think are very close and very similar. Young man in third, I like your lamb, the way you fed him. Really good handling, really a round caged lamb. Maybe gets a little too round off of his back end for me in relation to what I like specifically, but he is big, big butted. He's big centered in terms of that center part of the leg. He's shallow. I like his shallowness in his neck as well as anything out here. For me, I could change that structure and lengthen that hip out, maybe let him go just a little bit leveler out through the hip. I'd give up just a nickel bit of muscle on him to get him just a little more correct in his rump type, stretch him out a little bit in terms of his overall body length. But really well-fed sheep in third hole today. Lamb in fourth, the long-sided kind of a sheep. This is our fourth purple ribbon. I like this sheep from the side. I thought when we got off of him and we get to moving him and you get in behind him, this sheep probably got a little bit narrower right in through his tail head. I'd like to widen him out. I thought his loin shape could have maybe been just a hair bit better at times. Really nice presented sheep. Young lady, you've done a nice job of feeding and showing him. Lamb in fifth as we finish out these top five. A little bit more common, so to speak. We'd like to see him maybe have a few more bells and whistles. He gets a little boxier, he gets a little deeper bodied, a little deeper through that chest. We'd like to pick him up, make him a little more athletic when we get him on the go. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Entering the ring now is Class 22, your Division II crossbred market lambs, 143 to 147. After this class, we'll make the selection of your champion Division II crossbred market lambs. And here is your results coming out of Class 21. Blue ribbon winners include Mason Fisher from Buffalo County, Lawson Wagner, Dodge County, Karjak from Butler County, Eldridge Howard, Scottsbluff County, Tyson Shore from Buffalo County, Drake Yoakum from Hall County, Emerson Yancey from Valley County. Your fourth purple will go to Bree Vanisdal from Wayne County. Third purple is to Alex Meyer from Buffalo County. Your second purple is to Stetson Baumberger from Scottsbluff County. And congratulations, first purple out of Class 21 is Sage Luking from Harlan County. Again, Class 22 is in the ring.
Classic crossbred weathers. There was one outlier, I think, when we walked in that says beat me, and be honest with you, I couldn't find the one in the class to beat him. I thought we had a close second, but I thought this sheep, just in terms of just looks and show ring presence, elevation and extension, feet and legs, he's just really hard for me to get around this class, and I think we'll just leave it at that for now. Lamb in second really follows him closely in terms of back shape, top, hip, but I wished he was a nickel taller in terms of his chest floor and his front end to compare with that one that wins the class. That would be one dynamic pair that would challenge a person, I think, to the end. He needs to have just a nickel more extension for me out there, maybe a little better in his flank line in relation to that chest floor, but that's one solid, good walking, good back, long top, big hip sheep to fall into second place. And I know you didn't come to get second, but that's the way it's going to shake out for me today. Good pair to start with. Thought when we get into third, fourth, and fifth, there's some decisions to make. I rode my third place lamb up in there just a little higher. He got a little boxier for me, especially when we put him in these top five. But one that I thought's very athletic, very opened up, probably has as much rib shape and turn of rib, especially over the top, as anything out here. If I were to change him, he's a little more open in the top of his blades. I'd like to tighten him up in those blades. I'd like to clean him up just a notch in terms of his fat cover. I believe in my mind he's the fattest of the top five. Maybe take a notch off him, but that's one big backed, good-bodied kind of a sheep to fall into third hole. Lamb in fourth, a lamb that I thought had a lot of muscle. He had a lot of positives to him in terms of his handling characteristics. And in terms of his show ring and eye appeal, he doesn't have the bells and whistles with the fuzz. Not that that makes a big deal, but we all know in the real world, you know, when we start selling these sheep in the spring and a guy says something about you don't have enough wool on him and the next one's looks just like him, has got wool, and he brings $1,000 more, it kind of rings through you. Eventually, if you hear that enough, you kind of get to where you talk about that stuff, and you like it. This one doesn't have the aesthetics. Probably gets a little softer as we watch him throughout the show in his back, a little bit rounder and off in his hip. We'd like to square that up a little bit. One that's fed right. I think he handles really good in terms of his muscle characteristics out here. Next lamb, a really long-bodied, big top sheep, one that's really good rib. I thought this sheep maybe didn't balance as well from when I got over the top of him from front to rear. A little bigger in through his shoulder, maybe tapered a little bit in through his rear end. I'd like to open him up as we went back instead of reverse the way he's made. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Up next will be the Champion Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. Here's the results coming out of Class 22. Blue ribbon winners include Lennon Steinbach from Saunders County, Addison Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Lily Wyman from Lancaster County, Julian Stevenson from Howard County, Ian Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County, Aiden Hutchin from Dakota County, Clara Crusoe from Adams County, Skylar Stumer from Merritt County, Grady Autry from Kimball Banner County. That wraps up your blue ribbon winners. Purple ribbon winners will include Edison Erwiller from Scottsbluff County. Second purple exhibited by Grant Muscle from Gage County. And first purple, congratulations to Crew Freeland from Saunders County. Again, in the ring now is your selection of your Champion Division II Crossbred Market Lambs.
Well, as we get into our middleweight division drive in the crossbreds, this has certainly been fun, and I think this is a very challenging decision for me, and may play out a big factor in the final drive. We're going to take our time and try to get it right. As we analyze these four class winners out here, I thought the one that wins this class one, just great-bodied sheep, really good handling. He's got a lot of dimension. He's got a lot of density to his muscle when you get on top of him and you handle him. He's very sound. He's good in his feet and legs. At times, I don't know if we get as much drive out of that sheep as I'd like, because I think at times he gets maybe just a nickel lazy, and I think he's a better sheep sometimes than what I see him out there. Just wants to get a little bit lazy. Really a good functional sound sheep, and I like the way he looks out here. I think everything balances in proportion. His handle characteristics are really good. Really, really correct in the design. For me, when I get on top of him, I ask myself, is this sheep truly as massive in his muscle? Is he as thick from front to rear as what I visualize him from the side? I don't think so. I would like to see him just a tick bit leaner today, and I think when we take that leanness off, I think we're going to melt a little bit of that true muscle shape off of him, especially as we get into the rump. He carries just a nickel more shoulder when you get down low in relation to what he progressively widens as you get back behind him. But one that sure is athletic. I love the feature and the look about him when we get here, get to the side of him. Lamb that wins Class 3, the young lady has a lamb I like probably a little better on the move than when we get him stuck. He wants to get just a nickel piece. He's a little longer bodied. He's a challenge to show out here, but I thought that lamb has some really, really good pieces. I like the way he's put together on the move. He handles the class, I thought, very good when we put our hands on him. We finished out that heavyweight class, and I thought there was one lamb that kind of rose to the top fairly fast. I think he sticks himself in a good spot. He doesn't give you a lot of features. I like his extension, his overall fluidness on the movement. He's got enough muscle for me to go ahead and use today in this drive, and that's what I'm going to do. You're going to be my champion in Division 2. Congratulations. When we get down to reserve in the division, I'm going to go back to my Class 1. I thought that was a nice sheep. Sometimes I don't feel like we get the drive out of him he needs, but he's good pieced together. That's just good common sense livestock with great body and good feet and legs. From there, we're going to come back in, and the one that suits me that I really like from the side, question if there's enough true muscle, be the young lady out of Class 2 will be third in that division.
And congratulations as we look at your champion Division II crossbred market lambs. Your third overall exhibited by Lauren Johnson from Lancaster County. Your reserve champion is Tyson Schroer from Buffalo County. And congratulations, your champion Division II crossbred market lamb exhibited by Crew Freeland from Saunders County. We move on now to Division 3, this Class 23, Division 3 of crossbred market lambs, 148 to 150.
first class of heavyweight division. We got an easy one to run in here and win that class. I thought one that, as we preached all day, I don't think there's many flaws in this one. I'm not sure where I'd pick him apart right now. Just solid front to rear, solid from the ground up, and doesn't disappoint you when you handle him and you get on top of him. Really nice place to start. I thought the one that closely followed him, Lamb in second, we get into the weights where you start to worry more about fat cover. This Lamb's still relatively lean. I guess the biggest thing, and I think it's pretty obvious from the side, we don't have near the muscle, the shape to the butt we'd like to have. I like everything from there forward. That sheep is really good fronted, one of our better fronted ones. The line's right. We just need a shot more muscle to beat that one that wins the class. Lamb in third does have the muscle to beat the one in class. The problem is when you get off of him, he's got a little bit more in the engine compartment. But I think he's still a purple ribbon Lamb in my mind. He is just so stout. He's so rugged. He's so big over his top. He's not cool enough looking from the side, but I got to appreciate a sheep that's made that way. Even though he's got some shoulder, he's got good depth of body. His lines stay good. He's got an even bigger backside, and he's got an even bigger back end. So he still balances out, maybe not as much my kind and type and kind in terms of athletic and up-fronted and long neck, but I will compliment you for one with a lot of muscle and a good job of feeding on a heavyweight lamb. Our blue lamb that's in fourth, really a pretty fronted kind of a sheep. I thought this sheep probably needed a little more guts and a little more center body in him. He wants to roll off his hip just a nickel when we get him in motion. I'd like to see just a little bit more to him through that center today to go into those top ones. Finish our top five off with a whether or ewe, I believe that's a ewe lamb. A little flatter in terms of the muscle shape down the top. We'd like to change that sheep from behind and give her more natural thickness to go in those top four. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Here's results coming out of Class 23 of your crossbred market lambs. Blue ribbon winners include Quinn Oakson from Adams County, Emmett Jones from Cass County, Tylee Cox from Valley County, Madison Lampin from Thurston County, Victoria Chopic from Phelps County, Luke Bowman from Buffalo County, Miles Fisher from Buffalo County, Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. Third purple will go to Cooper Duden from Scottsbluff County. Second purple is to Mesa Jones from Cherry County. And congratulations to represent Class 23. In the crossbred market lambs, it is Lexi McCaffrey from Saline County. Walking in the ring now is Class 24, your Division III crossbred market lambs, weighing from 151 to 155.
Another class where I thought there was an outlier that come to the top rather easily. Let's go 3. Just a rock solid sheep again, big bodied, good fronted kind of a sheep for the power he's got. One that's really opened up, especially through that top side of the skeleton when you get in behind his blades. Really impressed how square he is coming out of them blades. He carries a nickel shoulder, but he's got the power around behind that it doesn't create a problem for me at all, especially in this class. Just a nice place to start. Everybody else has got to kind of try to beat him, I think, when he walks in the ring. Lamb in second is the lamb that I felt handled the closest to the elite in terms of just pure muscle, fed right. I love him behind his blades. A little taller fronted than some of them, but where he wins second hole is he's just the best one in terms of the way he handles. I think he's long topped, he's big ended. He could be a nickel better on his legs, could be a little more jacked up, a little cooler in through his neck and that to win that class. But he's the one that's fed the right. He's got the most amount of lean muscle after we get past that class winner. Lamb in third is one I really kind of wanted to use this lamb in second just because he is a little more exotic in his neck and front end. I felt the longer we studied him, wasn't as powerful down his top. I don't think he was as explosive right behind his shoulders. Maybe gets a little bit flatter and plainer there in the rib, but he peels out just a little bit as we hook him up. We'd like to see just more total dimension to him, but I will give you credit. You've got a nice front, a nice neck, good-looking sheep on the move. Really a nice sheep to be in the third. Our blue ewe that's in fourth, really a thick, big-bodied sheep. To me, she's a little past 12 o'clock. She gets a little bit fleshier all the way through her body, but one that's structurally correct. I thought she was made as good as anything after we got on down through the line. She's just a nice, good, solid sheep to end up in fourth hole. Same for fifth. As you get down in these heavier weights, we're going to have to tolerate a little more cover, I'm going to assume, and they have it. We're just trying to find one that's got the most amount of product on a frame that's relatively acceptable. I think he found that category for me today. Good group. Way to finish out the class, kids.
And here are your results coming out of Class 24. Your blue ribbon winners: Tylee Cox from Valley County, Brooks Hutchin from Dakota County, Marshall McCann from Howard County, Knox Robertson from Perkins County, Claire Fisher from Buffalo County, Violet Nuss from Cass County, Dylan Lottenklaus from Madison County, Rayleigh Selm from Webster County. Your third purple goes to Cassin Quinn from Butler County. Second purple is to Aiden Etchen from Dakota County. And congratulations, representing Class 24 is going to be Tyson Schroer from Buffalo County. That is your results of Class 24. Set to enter the ring now is going to be Class 25 of your Division III crossbred market lambs. These lambs will come in weighing 156 to 160.
Another heavyweight class winner I thought come to the top. Pretty good, pretty easy for me when we walked him in the ring. Young lady's got one, her showmanship lamb, she reminded me. I don't know what that meant, if that was I liked him in showmanship or what, but I still like him. I think he still looks pretty good, and I still think you do a pretty good job of showing. So congratulations to you. Just a really good front-end sheep, one that's made right, one that carries the weight right, and I think that's so critical in these heavyweight drives. You've got sheep that are maybe a little later maturing that finally hit their stride when we get up to this weight. Some of those that were probably a little bit more powerful, maybe placed a little higher at 120 or 130 pounds without having the frame size to carry it, and you get into these 150 or 60 pound weights, it's more of a struggle for them. And that's where I see our second place lamb maybe struggling a little bit. He's starting to mature up through his front end. He's got more depth of rib. He's still got a good top line. He's still fed right, good feet and legs. He's to be commended on that, but I think he's maybe a little past 12 o'clock in terms of the way he looks to me out here, especially when you look at the one that wins the class. We'd like to change him a little through his front end. I thought our third place in this class was one maybe a little better fronted than that one in second. I wasn't 100% sold on the rump on this sheep. I thought he tapered in just a little bit. Not near as opened up as we studied him. A little better fronted, as I said. I like his neck extension. I like the way he gets out of the ring, but we probably need to crack him just one more time in the rump, give him just a little bit more width and dimension there to go up any higher. Our next lamb's one that was fed right, handled really good. This is a big top, big loin, big rump kind of a sheep. He's not long enough necked. He's probably not up fronted enough when we get this weight, but young man's done a good job of getting him here. Congratulations to him. Round out the top five with one that does have more extension. Maybe rivals our class winner in terms of up frontedness and looks, presentation. Just not quite enough substance to this sheep when we get out here and we start driving him with him above. I think he's in good condition. You start to make trade-offs between the amount of muscle you got and if he's got enough to correlate with where he's at in the program. I'd like to just see him have more on him today. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Set to enter the ring is going to be Class 26 of your Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. They will weigh from 161 to 167. We only have one class after this, Class 27. And then your champion division and then your champion crossbreds will be selected. But for now, here's Class 26. Your results coming out of Class 25. Blue ribbon winners include Angus Johnson from Merritt County, Rayleigh Salm from Webster County, Dylan Loudenclaws from Madison County, Gentry Frederickson from Cumming County, Emmett Jones from Cass County, Ella Crumblis from Clay County, Aubrey Byletter from Phelps County. Purple ribbon winners will include Elizabeth Skavinsky from Valley County, Cannon Dornhoff from Buffalo County. Your second purple is to Emily Spencer from Red Willow County. And congratulations to Sage Luking from Harlan County. Your first purple representing Class 25. Again in the ring, Class 26.
as we keep pushing up in the heavyweight lambs. I'll give credit to this set of kids, top to bottom. They've got them fed right. These lambs are all, to me, very, very acceptable in terms of their condition. And we've seen a lot of them in classes in earlier divisions that were probably a lot fatter than what these are. So you kids have done a great job of feeding them. With that being said, I thought there was one that just excited me a little bit more than the rest of them. A good fronted, good handling, good touching sheep. One that's really good on his feet and legs. My only knock on him, I think sometimes when we get him out here, and I don't know if it's showing him, he gets a little bit lazy in that hip-loin juncture. That heel of that loin just not quite as prominent. We'd like to pick that up a little bit in this sheep. But the rest of this sheep, for me, is spot on. Really good sheep to start the class off. I think it gets close in this second and third place, and I go back and forth in my mind. The lamb in second is just a little more athletic. I like the way this sheep gets out and travels. And again, I think you can see it in this sheep here. He doesn't have that big square loin edge as he hooks up into the rump structure as maybe the lamb in third does. But I think that's a nice sheep. And when you watch him walk, he gets a little better there. But I thought when we had him set, I'd change a little bit. Lamb in third, he's as good handling as we have. He competes with the class winner. He's just dominant in his handle. But along with that, I don't like him as well out of his front end. I think he's bolder through his shoulder. He's a little deeper in his chest. I'd like to see him just a notch more extended up through that front end to go up and compete with them top two. But you sure fed him right. I appreciate the handle qualities on him. I think our big blue weather in fourth, one that maybe gets just a little bit common at times standing out here, and I think that's really consistent as we get into the heavier lambs, maybe a little past his prime, but you start studying him, his feet and legs, the way he's put together, his balance, the squareness of his top, he's fed right. He's still one that has to play in these top five. I thought that was just a really rock-solid sheep to fall into fourth place. Our lamb in fifth, much the same as him. I think he gets a nickel rounder out of his hip than that one in fourth, a long-sided sheep. And I think that's a little more challenging to hold him together when you get him out here on the side view, but one that you sure appreciate the leanness and amount of muscle he has. Good group again for heavyweights. You kids have done an excellent job of feeding them. Thank you.
Entering the ring, ladies and gentlemen, our final class of our crossbred market lambs before we choose our divisions. This is going to be class 27, 168 to 178 and a half. Just to give you a rundown, we have the Champion Division 3 that'll be up next for our crossbred market lambs, and then the Champion Crossbred. And then all Grand Reserve and third place division winning market lambs will compete for overall market lamb in the 4-H final drive that'll take place later this afternoon. Here is your results of Class 26. Blue ribbon winners include Wesley Schmidt from Johnson County, Kinley Ashton from Dakota County, Skylar Zoomer from Merritt County, Brendan Kurkowski from Sherman County, Hannah Bowman from Buffalo County, Trace Mac Satura from Sherman County, Landon Steinbach from Saunders County, Braden Soundermeyer from Box Butte County, Emma Bowman from Buffalo County. Your purple ribbon winners will include Gavin Root from Merritt County. Second purple goes to Javni Jelichka from Colfax County. And your first purple, congratulations, representing Class 26, Keegan Kirshner from Lincoln County.
last class of Division III, and it's one I was looking for. I hope you guys can follow what we're trying to do out here. But again, as we got into these heavyweights, these kids, especially these top 3 or 4, have done an excellent job of feeding these sheep. I thought this was a really, really close placing. I decided in the end, the longer I studied the sheep, the more comfortable I was with this lamb that I used to win the class. I thought he was just a nickel square up in top. I thought he was a little better in terms of his center rib and that, a little bit neater and through his front end. But he's the one that I guess I won't touch him. I don't think he likes me. Really cracked open and really shapely in that ribeye. You like that about him. He's got a big old butt in him. Maybe a little more moderate in terms of size than the one that's in second. And I think at this weight, he don't have to get any bigger. He's plenty big enough. Lamb in second. Nice sheep to follow up. I thought this one, young lady's presented him well. She's done a great job of feeding and showing him. To be honest with you, I could probably stand 10 or 15 more pounds on him, and you don't say that about many heavyweights. I think maybe he's just a little hard and a little hollowed out today at this weight. I mean, he's going to be a heavyweight. I'd go ahead and take a few more pounds on him. She props him up excellent. I just find this sheep being just a little flatter in terms of his rib from the behind him. I think he gets a little flatter in terms of his stifle muscle. Just like to maybe knock him down, or else we need to kind of blow him apart a little bit at this size to be a little more competitive. But a really good sheep to follow into second in this group. Lamb in third, a big, stout, rugged lamb is, I think we can kind of just comment in general on the third, fourth, and fifth. These are all, they're big sheep, they're sound. I thought those two were still pretty practical in terms of their condition. They fit in this lineup really nice in that third and fourth spot. Lamb in fifth, we start to get a little softer, and then as we finish the class off, we've got a lot of heavyweight sheep that are carrying too much cover. But at $3 a pound, I think somebody will be happy when they sell them. Good group to finish the day off. Congratulations, kids.
It comes to is just a little blander here from the side, a little softer when I get my hands on it. Little different.
Getting ready for your selection of your champion Division III crossbred market lamb. Here is your results coming out of Class 27. Blue ribbon winners include Easton Irick of Morrill County, Kinley Hudson of Dakota County, Quinn Oakson of Adams County, Knox Robertson of Perkins County, Braden Stoudemeyer of Box Butte County. Your second purple will go to Ansley Woltman from Box Butte County, and congratulations to Oliver Howard of Scotts Bluff County, the first purple for Class 27. Again, now we'll get underway with our Champion Division III crossbred market lambs. Just a reminder, the Grand Reserve and third place division winning market lambs will compete for overall market lamb in the 4-H final drive that'll take place later this afternoon in the cattle ring behind us.
Well, here we go for our final division drive out here. We're in this heavyweight group, and good set of sheep. Again, didn't expect anything less. We started off with our first class winner. I thought this was a sheep. I think when you look at the sheep from the side and you watch him walk in the ring and you study him and you look at his presentation and the chest floor, the design, the stoutness, the smoothness of this sheep, there's not much you can beat him up on. And I think I called him in maybe the class. He's a nickel heavier condition than I'd like, but I still like a lot of things about him. And I think sometimes they aren't going to make a perfect one, and I don't care where we're at. I think we'd all agree as judges in our mind, we've all got that perfect one in our mind, and he's probably not ever going to show up. We try to get as close as we can, and we'll have to settle for whatever imperfections we find in him. But I thought this is one from the aesthetic point of view, one that props up, one that travels. He hits that spot as close as any of them. We got to decide on his fat factor, whether that's plays an option, and I'm sure everybody that handles him will always say maybe he's a little fatter than the rest. And I've always said you almost got to be as fat as the judge will tolerate, because if you don't, you're going to get beat by a fatter one. And I know that's not a very good comment to make, but it's true. When we get those sheep finished out, we have them fleshy. They look cooler. They handle fuller. There's more dimension. They're more shapely all the way through. So some of those things you keep in mind. I thought this lamb that won the second class a little bit boxier in terms of what we see in these top five. One that's big bone, good-legged. I think this sheep gets a little bit more forward in his front end as we study him out here with this group of five. Maybe a little quicker off his rump, but he is one big back, big butted sheep. He's good center bodied, one that still moves, really athletic, one that you can kind of dig into for those features. Young lady that wins the third class, longer sided sheep, one that's elevated a little. At times she probably doesn't get as much drive out of him as the bigger kids on each side, and I'm okay with that. I've seen that sheep out on the move. I like the way he gets out and goes. She's in the competition, in the mix. Is he the heaviest muscle? Is he as heavy as those sheep in front of him in class 1 and 2? Probably not, but he's really cool to look at. He's good in his chest floor. His neck attachment's good. He travels exceptional on those feet and legs. Lamb that wins that fourth class, long-sided, really level hip sheep, one that's really fit and fed to the point of perfection. I like that about him. When we put him out here in our lineup, you question if he's as rugged, maybe as stout, maybe as big-ended as those on either side. And I would say you're okay if you say he's not. I would kind of make that same comment myself. But you have to appreciate the way he sets up, the picture he takes. And as I've said before, he's still got enough muscle for me. I think that's all critical in the world. When you get all said and done, we can have some crude, heavy-muscled ones, crude structured ones, and they live to be 2 years old and they're crippled up and you can't get them out. They're not functionable in our breeding pens and that. So I will accept a little less muscle to get the structure and the things I want out there. We finished our fifth class up, just got done with one that I thought, as we studied him, he's the right kind of sheep for where he's at in the weight. He's got some muscle to him. Is he wild in any wow factor? Probably not, but he's a rock-solid sheep to end the day off. I thought that was a good job of feeding on that set of sheep. I think this is very, very challenging in my mind. I'll go out and show you I guess we're going to pick two or three. I've only done it all day. I should get it down, but we're going to pick 3 of them. I know where I'm going to go for my champion, and we'll bring some more sheep up, and we'll study them a little bit. But a good set in this final drive. Congratulations, kids, and thank you for bringing me a good set of heavyweights.
On the sheep side, we've got our champion Division III crossbred market lamb. Congratulations to Lexi McCaffrey from Saline County. Reserve champion goes to Keegan Kirshner from Lincoln County. And your third place Division III crossbred market lamb was Tyson Schroer of Buffalo County. Just a reminder, all Grand Reserve and third place division winning market lambs will compete for the overall market lamb in the 4-H final drive coming up this afternoon. Now time to select our champion crossbred.
Well, it's been an interesting drive, and I'll be the first to admit I don't know if any of my division winners look alike. I guess I'd like to have them look alike, but we're going to sort what we got front of us, and we're going to pick the best ones out. And I'm not married to a size, shape, or weight. I think there's good ones coming all shapes and sizes, and we're going to go ahead and run with that. I thought this was a great group of crossbreds you kids brought me out. Very, very deep set, which I think anybody, any judge, when you get into crossbred species, you know it's going to get super competitive. And you kids haven't disappointed me or let me down any at all. Before we go to the grand drive later this afternoon, again, while I guess maybe the sheep people are here, specifically I'd like to speak to it. Thank you for attending. Great group of kids you guys have got. It makes it fun. They've been well organized. My help's been fantastic. I've been really pleased with what you guys have bought me. Great attitudes on the kids. I thought the showmanship skills were good, but the attitudes have been fantastic. I'd love to give you all that purple ribbon. My job is to sort them the way I see them, and sometimes it doesn't lead to maybe the best outcome for everybody, but we're going to do our best, and hopefully you can learn from something out here. Hopefully you'll pick up something that will make you better. Get back in and dig down deep and get after it again. I assume most of you Nebraska kids probably will go to Exarban. That'll be a great challenge for you. Another great opportunity to showcase your animals. And obviously you'll have another judge. We'll have, every time you get one, you're going to get a different set of champions, a little different opinions. So those were mine today. They maybe don't mean much to you guys, but they were mine today, and you will have to suffer the consequences if you like it or you don't. But it's been fun to work with you. You brought a fantastic set of animals. I wish you kids all the best of luck going down the road, and if you go to Exarban, good luck there. Without any further ado, there's a couple sheep that have hit me hard again in classes and divisions. I'll tell you the one that hits me the hardest when we come back out. My Division 2 will be my champion in the crossbreds.
Headed to that final drive, congratulations to Crew Freeland from Saunders County.
We bring that reserve up, and I thought that was a very competitive division. But there's another sheep standing in the front row, comes out of Division 1. Young lady has. I thought that was one of the neatest moving, just a good eye-appealing, good-looking sheep from any direction I looked at it.
Congratulations to reservist Sage Stoltz from Boone County.
We finish up with our third overall in the crossbreds, and again, I know how deep the crossbreds are. We want to make sure we get that third place right. We don't ever know how it's going to shake out in the finals. The one that hit me the third hardest, young man with the reserve in our second division, will be our third overall. Congratulations. And thank you to all you kids for a great job done today.
And congratulations then to Tyson Schroer from Buffalo County. Just a reminder to our sheep exhibitors, make sure your paperwork is turned in before this afternoon's final drive.